Maddie. You're a son of a bitch.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. And you get a point. And you... a lousy point.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Children have been saved. Children have been saved, Jan. Tee hee hee. All 100? Not yet. We're at 32? Jesus Christ, Amy. Hi, Stoic Booty. Hi, Martin. Martin. Good evening. So I decided that this may actually still be a painting channel, so...
I've been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
Have you, Jan? I'm doing fine, Maddie. Gerg. Gerg. Nice likeness, thank you. We really have the likeness right here. You know, I feel like I should do some painting now and then. Hi, Loud. Nice to see you. Hope you've been well. Now, this is a self-portrait. Maybe. Could be a lot worse. Unsub, unfollow. Don't forget to click those unsubs and dislikes, everybody. Don't forget, please don't. I mean, on YouTube. Don't unsub on YouTube. No, this is just my canvas sheets I've been painting on. Are you curious what they are, Omizu? I could show you what they are. I need 1,000 subs on YouTube to get the next level of monetization, Jan. Thank you, Laub. I agree. I agree, Loud. Were they Stoic? I mean, they were just basically candy. They were just basically candy. Okay, we're doing this again, just watching Jake. So this was redeemed by Mr. Salt, and he let Garg. He chose John Goodman, and me and Garg worked out what reference to work on. Unfortunately, there was not a lot of great lighting. From movies where you really, like in Big Lebowski, there are just so few where the lighting was good to paint. Flintstones, oddly enough, seemed like they were filming under a lot of natural light. So, there was actually a lot of better lighting scenarios in that movie for painting. Yeah, canvas sheets on Mizu. Yeah. Now, I don't like painting teeth, but I think this is workable because it's the teeth are, like I said, it's natural lighting. Omizu, do you want to see what I've been using? Oh, nice, Maddie. 40 streams, these nuts. I will not. What's with all of you and the D's nutsies jokes? Here, I'll show you the canvas sheets, the cheap ones I buy. I have a nicer one. So Centurion makes a pad that's more expensive. This is the cheap ones I use. This is like $10. It's like $1 a sheet. These are from Amazon. Why am I using canvas sheets? Because portraits of celebrities don't really sell. The canvases I use, the stretch canvases, are like $15 to $20. And I'm super broke right now until I sell my place. And so part of this is to save money while still getting painting in. No, the reason why I had that bad day is because the first buyer I had pulled out the day before the closing. My next closing date is is a week from tomorrow. So I'm trying to live as cheaply as possible until that happens. Paint on cardboard. Cardboard's a terrible substrate. Hi, laughing girl. That's still terrible. Frankly, the best value, if you're looking to buy cheap with a good substrate, does anybody know what that is? The best value for your size and archival. Oh my god, Jan. It is my whole shtick. Hessian? What the hell is Hessian? What do you think the best value for the size and stability and rigidity of substrate? Yeah, I mean, I'll sell these Omizu, but these are ones I'll sell for like $100. Wood? Not necessarily wood. A little bit different. Not copper is expensive. Rigidity's nuts. Okay. Amy, I'm sorry. I'm surprised you're not following that up with an office joke. Or an office quote, I should say. Now, the best value for rigidity and with regards to size is MDF. Oh, really? Thank you, Audinut. Rigidity is MDF board. MDF board. You can get those cut to size fairly cheaply. Fairly large sizes. But you do have to prep them. Like you'll need to do some surface prep. You'll have to gesso and primer them. Like seal, gesso, sand. Like you'll have to do prep work. But if we're talking about just bare bones cost, MDF and like their longevity, MDF board's a pretty good bet. Oh god, I love chicken biryani. I love goat biryani too. I just love biryani. You actually can do that, Jan. You still want to put gesso though over the automotive paint. You'd still want to do gesso. Like if you could use a spray paint primer on it, I would still recommend doing a sealant though, Jan. Don't you second guess me. Well, so when I prepare wood, totally cardboard. Then no. Here, let me show you. Hold on. So, oh, fuck. Right. Back into shit. Tell us how you prepare your wood. I am. I'm about to show you. Oh, wait. God damn it. I didn't take wood. One second. Okay, so they make like cradled wood panels as well. So This is a cradled wood panel. So cradled means that on the back side, you got a nice rim job. Okay? You got a nice rim job here. Okay? That's what it means to be cradled. Okay? So, when you get this, you could just paint onto this, but the paint will most likely delaminate. So what you do is you sand this down to create a better surface for the sealant to bind to. So you'd use a sealant like PVA glue. I know, Amy. Okay, so you'd seal this with, this is the same thing you do with MDF. You'd sand, you'd seal it, because acrylic and oil will degrade the wood over time. Okay, so you need to protect it from oil exposure and acrylic exposure. Okay, so you'd sand it, you'd seal it, then you'd put an acrylic, gesso, or an oil ground on top of the sealant. Hi, mud. Okay, and then you'd sand that down to your surface finish, or put it. You know, you generally want to do at least three thin layers of gesso. Jesus Christ, Amy. Seal it with a kiss. God, everybody's so horny. Jesus. So the difference is on canvas. So when you buy these pre-made canvases, they'll take the canvas, they'll seal it, the canvas, with like the similar thing you put on the wood, and then they'll use a gesso primer or oil ground, or it might be, Jan. Yeah, that's true, Maddie. So, that, like, so if you're like really looking to save money, MDF boards. I don't like MDF because it's I don't like painting on panels. I don't like thin panels. You just need 3 thin layers. You don't need like a thick layer of gesso, Mizu, but you do need adequate coverage. True, Amy, but don't shame him. So yeah, I really dislike panels. I just kind of always have. So I just don't paint on them. Hence why I'm not using MDF. But if I was painting on panels, I'd almost probably exclusively be painting on MDF boards. Almost exclusively. Or if I could afford copper or aluminum, I would use those. Is that what you do, Jan? Good? Is that a good lesson? Everybody get it? Any questions? All right, good. No questions. Let's get the paint out. Copper, is not... All right, so copper isn't old school. There are old paintings made on painted on copper, but boy, that was for the richest of the rich back in the day, Stoic Booty. And I don't think it was like there was anything before the 1700s on that. Like, old school painting was all done on wood. And then the rich versions, like the richest versions, were done on canvas. I'm catfishing a ton of catfish. God, I slept on my shoulder funny, and it has been hurting like a son of a bitch. No, it's on the other arm. It's on the non-fapping arm. Same, Jan, but I'm a righty. Like, I'm a righty, but I'm a lefty for that. No clue why. All right. All right, we got our paint. Okay, so Jake, yes. So most modern people paint on it for decadence, but the fact of the matter is copper is the single most archival surface that you could paint on. If money was not an object, I would be painting on copper. It is the single most archival surface. I mean, it's not something I'm ashamed of. All right. That's why. So, because Jake, copper if copper is taken care of, it will last indefinitely. Okay. Canvas will degrade over time regardless. Cotton degrades over time regardless. Wood degrades over time regardless. You could take care of them perfectly and they will still degrade. Okay. So in the case of copper versus like canvas, generally like the paint will last longer than the canvas. But in the case of copper, the copper will outlast the paint. And by paint, I mean the oil, not necessarily even the pigment. I mean, if you got a 12, like, all right, you can get copper panels, Omizu, like a 12-inch by 16-inch copper panel, you could probably get, oh shit, why did this move? You can get a 12 by 16-inch copper panel for probably $40, $50. If you wanted a nicer version, obviously, like you can get like probably a cradled one and like some more bells and whistles, and you could probably get like for the same size, you could probably run it up to like over 100. 12 by 16 inches. Yeah. So really tiny, 12-inch by 16-inch, both really tiny numbers. But, workable, I guess. All right. Our colors for today. Bringing out the full palette. Nice, Queen. Goddamn right. Going circle. Titanium white, lead white. This is cadmium yellow, which is the same as bismuth vanadate yellow medium. Pyrrole scarlet. This is the same as cad red light. Color-wise. There's opacity differences between the both of them. Ultramarine blue. Bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, and buoyant umber. How thick? We're talking about girth? Talking about my penis. Buoyant umber. I always feel weird saying that, to be honest. I feel like I should be in the Goonies. You hear they're making a sequel to the Goonies? The Gooners? That's true. How thick? The copper plate's very thin, Omizu, because it's just like, it's like a copper plating. It's not fully made out of copper. So there's a company called, was it Artsafact? Something like that? Or no, art. No, that's somebody on Twitch is Artsafact. It's a name like that. They sell it on Rublev's website, and there's a company that makes these copper panels, and it's like they do layers. So like one layer is like aluminum. There's another layer for rigidity, and then there's like a thin layer of copper that's like the painting surface. You thought they scrapped that? No, they didn't scrap that. So the sequel to The Goonies is coming out in a year or two, and it's called The Gooners. How many people believe that? Yep, The Gooners, everybody. The name of Dia's gang, too. Yes. I have never told a lie, Omizu. When have I ever lied? Jan? I'm with you, bud. There's good scenes in it, but I'm not a Goonies diehard. I'm not a Goonies diehard. There are a couple funny scenes, but it just never, like... I don't know, the movie never gripped me as much as other people liked it. Now, you want to know a controversial one that I've never really gotten into that much? That people love and adore? You want to hear a hot take of a movie that I'm not that into? Princess Bride. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad movie. You know, it just was never like, oh, that's my favorite movie, like I hear all the time. No. No, that Back to the Future is great. I haven't seen it in a while. It's not, no, Back to the Future is a movie I don't watch a lot. Yeah, you could do anything you could normally do on copper that you would do on canvas stoic booty. Because you have to prep the surface. You don't just paint on the straight copper as well. Like you have to put on like some I forget what like sealant they have to put on it. Like it's still like primed. You know, there was a lot more in here than I expected. So how am I gonna keep this? How am I gonna save this? I probably have 2 more paintings worth of it in here. Just cut it open. I don't like wasting paint, everybody. What should I don't know the so Omizu, gesso is like Miriam 2031, thank you for the follow. So Omizu, yes, it's clear. I don't think they put gesso on it though. I don't like they don't put like, you know, because gesso is like the insinuation that there's like a chalk and like pigment sometimes. You don't need to put pigment into a gesso. There's clear primers that so there's a company Senso, S-E-N-S-O, that does canvas with clear, you know, clear primers and stuff. I've painted on them before. So I could look that up I'll find out, yeah, because I'm curious now. What am I gonna fucking put this in? I do. Gesso is not only acrylic. So, like, you ever hear of grounds, oil grounds, Omizu? It's basically the same thing as gesso. Like the original gesso didn't even have oil in it. It had rabbit skin glue. So it's not solely a acrylic thing. That's just like the common modern versions are acrylic. But there's oil grounds, there's you know. It's windy out. Heckin' windy. Where am I gonna? I think I need a Ziploc. Jan, I would say there is a minimum with canvas, because if you've painted on cheap canvases, then the paint is irrelevant. Like really cheap canvases, like the canvases you get like, you know, 10 stretch canvases for like $12. Those ones are too cheap. Yes. Okay. Then yes. At that point, yes, Jan. Like this is a mid piece of canvas. Any alkaline metal I've wiped with white vinegar, then prime, clear polyurethane, no problems after that. That's outdoor use. Yeah. There you go. I'm not familiar with that brand. Well, you definitely need to seal copper with something, because environmentally, I don't know if copper, like, there are some coppers that would obviously go through oxidation, but like, there are different alloys that are, you know, have different properties for degradation. But frankly, aluminum degrades a lot faster than copper. Who wants engineering materials lesson? Who wants an engineering materials lesson? And wait 1 second while I grab. It's a fun engineering one, though. It's fun. All right. So, one of the quickest oxidizing materials or metals out there is aluminum. It basically, the moment it hits oxygen, it will form a layer of aluminum oxide around it. Okay? Yes, you can. Okay? Now, this is a good thing in most cases, because that layer of aluminum oxide, even though it's not very durable and can be scraped off, does provide protection from the environment. Okay? But there's a method of manufacturing that uses metal powder. So imagine just like really tiny balls of metal that they form into shapes, and then they heat to the point that those that metal powder bonds with each other in a fairly rigid fashion. Now, the material properties aren't as strong as a solid piece of the material, but it's a much cheaper way of making a lot of things. A lot of things. So it's very common in manufacturing. I took a whole class. It's called powder metallurgy, okay? On this exact subject. I went to a manufacturing plant that does this, and it's really cool. But oxides... Oh, give me a break, Lost Traveling. It's not as strong, but it makes... Son of a bitch. I'm giving the lesson here. So, so it makes things more affordable, and sometimes a lot of things don't need to be that strong, right? It's like almost like thinking of it as like metal ceramics to a certain extent. Okay? Now, the issue is aluminum oxide, the layer that forms, is very flammable. Very flammable. And remember I said that basically the moment raw aluminum hits oxygen in the air, it oxidizes. So aluminum powder is an explosive. It is a straight up explosive. So if you had, like, you know, because manufacturing plants would be working in tons of it, they'd have rooms full of it. A room, like, you know, like a storage room full of aluminum powder could blow up a city block because of the rate of its oxidation and how much surface area of aluminum oxide there is. So you have to work in like it, so like they don't really sinter with aluminum, mind you, because it is too dangerous, especially in those environments. Generally, yes, Jan. We work around a lot of dangerous shit. Wow, I just missed. Like, dumb bitches. Shut up! Are we really 30 minutes in? We are. Time flies when you're miserable. You're a fucker. And that's your engineering lesson for the day. There will be a test. There will be a test. Hi, Sashi. Not my fault. They got me talking on random subjects. These nerds got me talking about engineering. Oh my god, I can't believe I fell for it again. Amy! You scallywag. Hi, Sashi. Who's pinion paint? No, this is a badly paint. We paint badly here. Well, I did stoic booty. Maybe this is actually me last Halloween. I mean, there are better explosives, Jamboree, but neither here nor there. All right, how many tries? How many tries? Two from Jan, one from Jake, one from Maddie, one from Sashi, two from Jamboree. I totally stoic booty. Wink! Two from Amy. A lot of twos today, huh? A lot of twos. One from Amizu. We still owe Maddie a point from their first. All right. 3 from Mud. Okay, we got a real non-believer here. By the way, Mud, could you... Thank you, Mud. All right, let's try. Amy Jo, the last 2 times was 2. The last one was 2. The one before that was 1. I bet she is. Okay, let's go. Power grip. Power grip. Push down and go. Oh, we got it on 1. Suck it, nerds. That was a 1. That was an easy 1. There was a lot of 2s. Come on, Amy. All right, just watching Jake, Maddie, and Sashi and Omizu. Don't try, only do exactly. I am a strong man. Somebody take a run at me. What are you talking about? That was a walk in the park. That was a walk in the park. I gotta watch how I say that around perverts. Mizu is arts and crafts, Mud. Arts and crafts.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. I'm just telling you, you all should believe. All right. ARTZNCARAFES. Does the capitals matter? Okay. Yep, that worked. Okay. Thank you, Mud. All right. Should we actually start painting for once? I believe this is my dream. Oh, Mizu, can you pop into the Twitch chat with your arts and crafts so we can get a reminder? Now I can see. Yeah, I always get doubt. Yeah, yeah, I believe. Okay. Okay. Let's start. Let's start. It's a me. There it is. Thank you, Omizu. Okay. And this is how you mix flesh tones, everybody. You just ignore what color it is and you make it orange, okay? Because all flesh tones are orange regardless of the lighting and the editing of the photo. All right, just remember, that's a badly tip, okay, everybody? And you could take that to the bank. Is that what it is? We'll see. Might be too desaturated. We'll start off with that. Nope, still orange, Drez. I refuse, especially after that one viewer who got banned, Drez. Ballot done? It's all still orange, everybody. That's why you should pre-mix all of your skin tones, okay? You should pre-mix all of your skin tones, all right? And only use those for all applications of skin. We had a weirdo who was talking about, like, something about planets and, like, the destruction of animals on other planets, right? Wasn't it something like that, Mud? Colonizing exoplanets and allowing them to go through evolution is animal... There it is, okay. They were only in here for, like, 10 minutes, Stoic. So basically, they're like, hey, could I post 13 paragraphs in chat about this? And I said, no, bro, I don't know you. And then they just ignored me and started to do it, so then we banned them.
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god! Brain shake! Yes, we are painting a fleshlight currently. Welcome in! Oh my god! What do I owe this pleasure? Oh yeah, and then on their unban request, Omizu, they posted it all. Hello? Hello? Why am I saying that? Going British. Brain Shake, I better see some links from you, or I swear there's gonna be hell to pay. Have you, Drez? Brain Shake, I better start seeing some links. Oh, do they? Is that a thing, Drez? I didn't know that. Oh my god. Well, Brain Shake, the ticking clock has started. I don't know what's gonna happen if you don't do it fast enough. I don't know what could possibly happen, but something will. Something will. Oh, God. Well, that's awful. Oh, Siri got somebody. Siri just got somebody. That's the first time I saw Siri ban anybody. In a long time. All right, good. Give us that link, Brain Shake. 10, 9, 11. Okay, good. All right, you got there. Okay. All right, nothing bad's gonna happen. Okay, good. Oh, wonderful. That's cute. Is that water? Are those watercolors? Beautiful. All warblers look the same. I think these colors suck. see how this works out. See how this works out. Probably way too dark. Probably gonna have to interject a lot more color here. Yeah, I guess it just needs to be a lot more red. Let's see if I go into my normal trap. Sounds good, Brain Shake. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. What just happened? Honestly, no, I'm not. I should, but I don't. I don't like really squint that much. I just practice on seeing it as I should, but like it's part of my learning process of just like kind of taking the path that I think will benefit me the most. Oh, it always looks horrifying at this point. Look at it! Look! Big chin. Kind of looks like the Joker now, huh?
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god! Aaron! Aaron! Aaron Bunn, is that you? Oh my god. Oh my god. What do I owe the pleasure? Oh my god. Now, I'm only gonna say this once, Aaron Bunn. Give us those goddamn links. Or else. Don't make me say it again. Even though I just said I'm gonna only say this once. Because I'll say it multiple times. Good, good. All right, Aaron Bunn, you just avoided a disaster. Good, good. Everyone, go follow Aaron Bunn, very talented artist, or else. Once again, I don't want to have a problem with all of you, but I will. Barely. Barely, Aaron. Thank you so much. What, you were playing games today? Oh, you were painting. Okay. The nose might need to come down a little bit. Oh, cool. I believe, I believe. Don't know if that works. Maybe less yellow. Do you though? The Wraith? Well, do what you feel like you will enjoy. That's it. Too wide, huh? Mouth way too big. It's like it's a goddamn caricature. Mouth too big. No worries, Drez. I think that needs to come up. Dooby-doo bop. Let's... This, So I'm kind of noodling right now to find proportions. I went straight by eye on that first one to terrible. Terrible, awful start. The mouth where I have it and the nose are too long. I think that's part of my issue. Or like wait. They all do. If only. If only. Here, you want eyes? Squinting. I think it's worse this way. That's worse. That made it too dark. That's worse. Nope, nope. You demanded. You demanded eyes. You demanded. The mouth needs to be wider, definitely. It's because I was moving around and stuff. So mouth need to might come up. I don't know.
Oh my.
Oh my indeed. Face and head need to be wider, you think? Yeah, I was just measuring a little bit. So, what I just measured, tell me if you agree with this measurement. That from the top of the brows to this, from the eyes, so here. So this square, there's a square that goes down to the bottom of the mouth. Top of the brows to the edge of the eyes, and it's square. Cloudy. With a chance of meatballs. So, based on that, so eyebrow to eyebrow, yeah. So, the mouth bottom would be like that. would be the bottom of the mouth. So bottom of mouth, like teeth hit lips, to the top, to the eyebrows is like the same width as his eyebrows. So like,
Grab the children! Save the children!
I can't save the children. They're already been saved. Hi, Nordic. So maybe the... Jesus!
Fucker.
You're the fucker. Out in that. Salt! No salt? Yeah, it might be too... A bit, yeah. Here is like right here. Hi, Sir Grooves a lot. How you doing? Proportions, Mud. Proportions. This is the block-in, yeah. This is a really... We missed on the initial block-in. Okay, now that looks just awful. Don't have like the nose. No. Actually, okay. True. I don't know. I think paint... Obviously, I make painting look like the easiest thing in the world. Obviously. Especially this part. Again with the D's nuts. That looks terrible. Definitely not liking yellow in these. It's the mystery of the mouth. Wow. Mouth. What that mouth do? Too much. Hi, Yoni. All right, let's just do a little thing for his collar, I guess. Oh god, my fucking shoulder. Amy, what'd you do to make my shoulder hurt? What curse did you put on me, Amy? Jesus! Don't fuck my shoulder. I was asleep. I was asleep when this happened. Just a curse. You know what? Yeah, I know you're right. That is my bad. I underestimated your propensity for perversion. No, yeah, you right. You right. You asked the resident pervert that question and...
Oh my glob!
Indeed. That's from Adventure Time. On his right? On his right, Mud? Oi! Oi! Block him, boy! Alright, okay. Oi! Block him, boy! That's how I imagined you said that. That is how you said it? That's what I thought. I would have expected you to, Sashi, but you never know. In this sick, depraved world, you never know who hasn't seen Adventure Time. In this disgusting, sick, perverted world that we live in. You never know. Awful. Sick. Yeah, see? Alright, that makes... You haven't seen Adventure Time, Mud? It's a good show. It's a much deeper show than you expect it to be. Oh, cool. Nope, it's all sick out in that. Sick. What's Adventure Time? A very good show. Pickles. Oh my god, this show. Son of a bitch. It's literally once I started sleeping on my side, my fucking shoulder hurts from time to time. Remember I had to take off that time because my shoulder got real bad? I think it's literally all from sleeping. But I can't fall asleep if I'm not on my side or on my stomach. But the position I have my arms in when I'm on my stomach apparently stresses it too. Well, you're the one who told me you fucked my shoulder. Damn it, Amy. Oh, damn it. Sleep standing? I might. Y'all want to know the secret to the most comfortable sleep ever? It might be the mattress. I might sink into it too much. Maybe. You want to know what the most comfortable sleep I've ever had in my life was? Yeah, possibly. The most comfortable sleep ever is... No. Wrestling mats. No joke. I would fall asleep on wrestling mats so quickly. Because it was like really warm in there. So you wouldn't need blankets. And I could fall asleep in like 20 seconds on those fucking things. Jello for wrestling? No, I only strictly wrestled in KY, Amy. That's what high school, you know, when high school wrestling. I was in the KY division. Oh my god, that sounds awesome. I love pistachio. So because I am a larger person, I've always been terrified of hammocks. And porch swings. Been terrified of both my entire life. Porch swings? Ah! Yeah, see, if I knew what they screwed into, but you know, a lot of them cheap out on that stuff, and sometimes they don't even drill in the studs, like maniacs. Yeah, that sounds nice, Amy. We really have, haven't we, Amy? Fine. Fine. Ooh. Oh, that is tart. That is tart with salt. All right. Terrible blocking. We'll see if we can work this out. Yeah, I'll give you attitude. Goddamn son of a bitch. What do you think this is? All right. All right. Time for the 5 S's. No, there is no mutiny. You could try, but I'm building defenses, Maddie. This whole place is lined with C4. Just in case. Brushes. Hi, Angie. Oh, well, you're gonna find out then. Not the paint, the C4. All right. Let's take a little break. Shirt, scarf, socks, stockings, and stuffing. For a bra. Okay. Welcome in, NG. Welcome in. No, it's shit, shower, shave, sob, and snack. Shit, shower, shave, snack, and sob. Oh. Stitching Geek, John Goodman has always been a babe. Tell me something I don't know, Stitching Geek. Fucker! Rat fucker! Rat farts! Sweat, swear. I could submit. No, those are all pretty good, actually. I put submit more into the sob category, then. And I guess swear is more in the, I guess it's part of sobbing too. We might be. I'm doing all right, Mel. How are you doing? Fuck. Oh my god. Convenient spot that dropped to. What the fuck is this in here? All right. That is a lot. Moving sucks. Moving sucks. All right, everybody, let's take our first break. When we come back, we're going to have that calculus test that I warned you about yesterday. So calculus test when we get back from break. Yep, calculus. Nope, it's it'll start right when I get back. All right, everybody, 5-minute break. We'll see you when I get back. Oh my god, we're back! Oh my god! What did I just press? Oh my god! Okay. Hold on. What did I press? Do I sound weird? Balls. Check 1, syphilis. Jesus! Check 1, syphilis. Syphilis. Check 2, syphilis. Syphilis. We good? Tested for what? All right, good. Define weird. Manic, like a person you wouldn't trust. Is too into oil painting and their hobbies in general. Like just unstable as a whole. Okay, all right, we're there. Like somebody who's not very well liked. An outcast. And not the really cool band. I don't see a stitching geek. Stitching geek. Mal. You should see how I was used and abused yesterday. Oh my god! How you doing, Fools Fox? You fucker, Lizzie. How you doing, fools? Nice to see you, bud. They really do, Amy. Wait, watch this. I can't... Wait, what is that?
Grab the children! Save the children!
Or just the stream in general. I can't save! I can't save, Maddie. No, I was violated yesterday by a organized group of people. All right, it was terrifying. How you doing, TDS? Little late to the hammock discussion, but completely agree, TDS. Really? All right, fellow Americans who were alive during this time period this came out. Wasn't this movie considered a bomb in the United States? Like it didn't do well and not well received? Because that was my memory of it. Okay. Because Garg in the Philippines said the movie was huge. I mean, I was 6 when it came out. It came out in 94. I was 6. Yeah, no, I mean, there was McDonald's tie-ins. Like, McDonald's was doing the tie-ins for every movie back then. Yeah. I just remember, like, it was, like, critically bombed. But, I mean, it was a goddamn kids movie. You remember enjoying it? I remember not really caring about it. I remember that VHS cover, Foolish Fox. I do remember that. See, the movies I watched over and over and over again were Muppet movies, Garg. I must have watched Muppet Treasure Island probably 400 to 500 times. The Flintstones movie, Lizzie. It really does smell. Oh, I mean, we watch Muppet Christmas Carol every year. Like we still watch it. We still put it on for my niece and nieces. Yeah. But the best Muppet movie is still probably the Great Muppet Caper. If you don't know The Great Muppet Caper, watch that shit, because it has the single best shtick of like Muppets fighting and throwing, like Muppets getting thrown off of balconies, which is the funniest shit ever. Yeah, I like it was weird back then. Stitching Geek, like I don't know why I'm calling you Stitching Geek, Mel, because like back then movies could make money, but they didn't like do what they expected it to do, right? Like because budgets were like smaller, so there are several movies like that were like critically panned and did fine. You know, my favorite movie of all time was like that too. Stitching Geek, yes, Stitching Geek. All caps too, yeah, that makes sense. Mal! Mal! That's how you have to say it too. You gotta slip in that Chicago. That is true. Okay, so this area is fucked still. I think the nose still needs to come up. Bucketville, it's probably Fucketville with the apostrophe. Have a good dinner, Mud. Sneeze. Sneeze. God damn it, I hate this. When you kind of have to sneeze, but it's not coming. God damn it! Hold on, I gotta snooze. I'm about to snooze. I love that there's those words that like don't have the same like what pluralization or like the past tense I should say, right? So it's like same, Maddie. But like it's like I mind that you did that. It's not like I mound that you did that, right? You see, I minded. Just like sneeze and it's snows is not a word. Oh God, I just snoozed. I mound. See? See? Snossed and lost. Yeah, exactly. See, Mal? Goose, yep. Geese, moose, mouse. Or sorry, meese, yeah. That's true. You want to hear some bullshit about the English language? Who's ready for a history? Who wants a really annoying history lesson about our language? Who wants a really, really fun but annoying history lesson about our language? Raise your hand. Raise your hand right now. All right, Mal. We got one. We got Mal. Yes, but you have to answer in good faith. You have to answer in good faith. Then we got a deal. Wink. All right, good, good. Anybody else? Anybody else want this cool history lesson? All right. All right, so we had a president, United States president, who was a notoriously terrible speller. And that president's name was FDR. FDR. Franklin Delano, right? Delano? Whatever. FDR. One of the Roosevelts. Okay? And he was so annoyed by all the unnecessary letters in the English language that he used a lot of favors and tried to push a bill to simplify the English language to phonetic spelling. It was Delano? Okay. To simplify the English language and the spelling to phonetic. So, for example, a knight, like, you know, like an English knight, a warrior knight, they would remove the K, right? Color and color, you know, like, you know how some of these words did stay though. So color with a U, that was how the American spelling of it was originally, and that was actually a change that did get implemented, removing the U from armor, from color, for the English language. But basically, going through the dictionary and removing basically non-phonetic letters from words, in addition to like removing rules like the CK. So like in case of Nick, where it's Nick. Now Nick, it wouldn't, like, this wouldn't apply to a name, obviously, but in words like that, it would remove the C. And like words that use like deceive, right? Deceive would no longer be a C. It would go to an S. So they actually had this bill written up, and like he like campaigned on it. Restaurant? Anywho, but and then it was like a last second opposition by the fuckers. We all know who those fuckers are, and it didn't go through. However, culturally, some words did get changed at that point because of his campaigning, but it wasn't the official change to, you know, right, like deceived, like the words with like the C that's is like pronounced like an S and stuff like that. So there you go. Wasn't that a real gas, everybody? Now, time for that calculus test. You all thought I forgot about it. You all thought I forgot about that calculus test, right? All right. If anybody can answer this question, I will give you 20 oily points. 20 oily points. And no Googling. No Googling. Good, tedious. All right, good, Mel. If you get this calculus question right, I will give you 20 oily points. Yeah, no, I saw that, TDS. You were in a little bit late. Are you ready for the calculus question? Are you ready, Mel? You're not right. Trig is deeply related, though, to calculus. The question is, what is the derivative of x squared plus 1? What is the derivative of x squared plus 1? Oh my god. X squared plus 1. What's the derivative of x squared plus 1? Nerd shit, final answer. Wrong! Minus 20 points for Mel. Hi, Hypercube. Welcome in. That's true, TDS. Derivative is a term in calculus, Amy Jo. Derivative is a term that in calculus is very clear what it is. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you. I should have sneaked you like mod powers at that point, Maddie. You don't even want to guess, Amy, for 20 points? For 20 points? God damn it, Mel. Well, Amy, you're in luck because we're starting the bad calculus tutoring that everyone got entered into for free, and I'd be devastated if you didn't go. (2x minus 1 is your answer, Maddie? That is incorrect. You know what? I'm going to call it, though. No more guesses. Nope, not x squared plus 1. But Maddie, I'm going to give you 5 points. Maddie, you are getting 5 points. I'm going to give you 5 points because you were half right, Maddie. Maddie, you were half right. The answer was 2x. 2x. I know. Good job, Maddie. Well, you got 5 points out of it. My favorite movie of all time, TDS, is what the fuck? How did that happen? Is The Thing. Is The Thing. Oh, obviously, Mel. Obviously. All right, we're going to do one more calculus question. You guys might have a better shot at this one. I think The Thing is the closest thing to a perfect movie that exists. All right, next calculus question is, what is the derivative of velocity? What is the derivative of velocity? Jesus Christ! Not my mom. Gravity? No. But gravity is related. But it's distinctly not the answer, but gravity is related. Friction? Nope. Friction is related to energy. Friction is related to energy. Drag? Nope. Drag and friction are completely different. But they are both basically parasitic forces. Come on, I'm going to turn you into math wizards, everybody. I'm sending you all wizard scepters. So you can call yourself math wizards. Impossible. Yeah, we're sending you new ones, Zach. What is the derivative of velocity? Riddle me this, Riddlers. I'm waiting. Speed? Nope, speed. There it is. Silver Grains. Silver Grains gets it right. Silver Grains. That was worth 20. Silver Grains. That was worth 20. The derivative of velocity is acceleration. Dang it. Good. Good. You're all becoming math wizards. Obviously. Now we're going to do a 4-hour lecture on what that means. Very much so, Silver Grains. Yay, physics. Good. Good. You know what? You get another point for that. You get 21 points. Nope, you have to stay for the lecture. You agreed. You agreed. Who is paint? I'll finger paint anyone who's into it. The resident pervert strikes again. my God. My mom is a saint. Unlike the demon pervert Amy Jo. A wonderful demon pervert that we know as Amy Jo. That is true. I don't know, Stitch and Geek. I don't know. Kinda. I got rid of a bunch of shit when I moved here. Yeah, I did like 10 Goodwill runs, Mel. Careful, Amy. I don't think, Amy, I think you just need to stay here and hang out. I think the best thing you could do for yourself right now, Amy, is just to hang out with all your friends. Nope, Amy, I think you just have to stay here. No, don't say bye to Amy. Don't say bye to Amy. Amy won't leave then. Zach! Zach! Come on! Come on! Come on! I forgive you. All right, good. I might have to dock your pay, Zach. Zach, we might have to dock your pay for that one. Yeah, see? Now you get it. Yeah, we're gonna have to dock that pay. Well, all right, let me look up how much you get paid. 1 second. All right, so you currently get paid $0 an hour. So that means you're gonna have to pay me $3,000. The fine was $3,000. Or the dock. We were gonna dock your pay $3,000. So since you get paid nothing, you have to pay me $3,000. That's how that works. Thank you, Salt. Thank you. Your check's in the mail, Salt. Oh, Salt, can you give Maddie 5 points? Can you give Maddie 5 points and Silvergrains 21 points? Same, TDS, same. Favorite flavor? Fine, Salt. Fine. Thank you, Stoic. Thank you. I deserve that. Well, I mean, it's just gonna, when you cash your next check, it's gonna take the fine out, Zach, automatically. Yep. It's crazy how prevalent it is in the U.S. language. All right, 5 for Maddie. 5 for Maddie. For getting a calculus question half right. And 21 for Silvergrains. Zach. That's fraud. That's fraud, Zach. Zach, that's mail fraud. Oh yeah, negative 20 for Mal. Yeah. We can do this. We can do this. No. We don't take away people's points. Unless their name is Greenbag.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not. Yes, no? Hi, Jack. How you doing, bud? Can it be? Mal, do exclamation point oily points. Zach, you only have 3. C-Mal, you have 1. I have no clue.
Welcome to another edition of Thunderdome!
Oh my God! Who's in? Who's in? Who's in for trivia? Trivia! The hell is a derivative? Derivative is the rate of change, essentially, of an equation. Okay? So, for example, the rate at which velocity changes is acceleration and how much something is accelerating. Okay? So, if something went from 2 miles per hour to 8 miles per hour in 2 seconds, the acceleration is 3 meters per second squared. Settle down. Who's in? Who's in for trivia? There might be some calculus questions. So needy. Fine, Maddie. First question. First question. You know what, Jack? For you, I will. Because you asked nicely. And you're not a stream terrorist. Okay. First question. What impressionist painter had a notorious love for the pigment Prussian blue? Prussian blue. Manet, nope. Oh, Maddie got it right. Cassatt. Cassatt is correct. I'm surprised you remember that so fast. Mary Cassatt. Notorious user of Prussian blue. You did. You missed it, shot. Shasta shows up right in time for trivia. Vicious. And it be... wakes up. Shasta! All right, next question. What college discovered Yinmin blue? What college discovered Yinmin blue? Yinmin. Enough with the your moms. Oregon, incorrect. Oxford, incorrect. Yemen, incorrect. University of Michigan, incorrect. Cambridge, incorrect. I guess more accurate description. In what college was Yinmin blue discovered? Duke, incorrect. MIT, incorrect. Oregon State is correct. Oregon State. Yeah, but Oregon is another college. Oregon's another college, Drez. The Oregon Ducks is different than the Oregon State Beavers. Hypercube from YouTube gets it right. Oregon is a different college than Oregon State. No, I'm not. I'm fighting for you, Mal. It was Drez who said Oregon. Fuck you and you're some man. I'll see you in hell, Drez. You know I'm correct. See that? Yeah, exactly. All right. Hypercube with a point. Just a reminder, no Googling. No Googling. Next question. I just exploded into a ball of rage. Yeah, I know. You're a beaver. You're a beaver, not a duck. Next question. What college discovered Pyrrole Red? Oh. Okay. Good fun. I love maraschino cherries. What college discovered Pyrrole Red? Michigan State is correct. Maddie gets it right with Michigan State. So wait, we owe Maddie 2, and we owe Hypercube 1. Wait. So you didn't say Michigan, Maddie? Wait, Maddie, did you say Michigan or did you say Michigan State? Was that state an accident? You meant Michigan? But you know what? They're the same thing, so it doesn't matter. Huh, Drez? Huh? Is that what you're telling me? Semantics, my ass. Hypercube. I have to keep track of Hypercube. Mud. Hypercube's on. It is not the same. They're in 2 different cities. They have 2 different mascots. I know. We had a great talk yesterday too. Great talk. All right, next question. Let's go with... They're all great colleges. All right, let's go with this. What pigment... sorry. I think this is true. I could be wrong. Check that. What pigment is commonly found in toothpaste? What pigment is commonly found in toothpaste? Drez gets it right with titanium white. Mr. Pigments. Point. Titanium white. It is. Next question. Let's go with... All right, just so we remember some of these might be a little easy. Titanium white, yeah, Hypercube was guessed already. But titanium white is, in food terms, will be generally referred to as titanium dioxide, which is a common color additive to toothpaste. All right, next question. Okay. Let's go with... Oh yeah, here's a good one. What was the name of the art critic that coined the term impressionist? I bet. Plus, you easily have the coolest mascot in all of college. What French art critic coined the term impressionist? Mary Munchausen? No. Not Mary Munchausen. Great show, Mel, but that is incorrect. Hi, Be It Easel, how are you? Thanks for joining us today. I think that nose needs to be a little... Fred Flintstone. Thank you, Mel. Thank you. What are you painting? Nope, incorrect, Mel. Come on, trivia, everybody. What was the name of the French art critic that coined the term impressionist? Francois Dubois. Nope. Nope, incorrect, Mal. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I love your Lord of the Rings stuff, Easel. Can you see? What's the first name, Pickles? I could verify the first name. Most likely, and a striped shirt, Stoic. That is correct, Pickles. First name is Louis. Pronounced like that. Louis. Voltaire? Nope, not Voltaire. Now we just need a last name. Now we just need I got a good hint. You guys ready for a hint? Pasteur? Nope. Voltaire? Nope. Armstrong? Nope. Pastero? Nope. Lamore? Nope. I have a good hint. The hint is World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is your hint. Shut up, Jan! Grunts in French. Oui, oui. Horde? Nope. Not Horde. Alliance? Nope. Stormwind? Nope. Luis D. Nuts? Nope. Nope. This is a great hint, by the way. You don't need to be a huge nerd to know this. Stoic. At one point, this name... How about this? WoW, like, 10 years ago. WoW 10 years ago. WoW 10 years ago. Loose nuts. You do not have you do not have to. It does help, Maddie. You'll get it. Luis Panda. Nope. You know what, Zach? I'm gonna give it to you. Zach, I'm gonna give it to you. Because it was Luis Leroy. Or Leroy. Zach Nita gets a point. Leroy Jenkins, anybody? No, it's Leroy. Leroy. Isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. I agree. It was a great hint. It's still a funny clip. It's still a funny clip considering that they just failed horrendously. I know, Stitching Gig. See? Everyone's heard of it. Next question. Next question. Hi, Burger. How you doing, bud? Oh, really? That's kind of cool. All right, let's do... Yeah, it wouldn't be that in-depth for me to use as a hint, Stitching Geek. I played WoW for a total of 1 month. All right. Let's do a little curveball. Let's do a little bit of a curveball. What is the only movie to have won Best Picture that is rated X? I've asked this before, but this is a good historical moment. What is the only film to have won Best Picture that was rated X? Rhinestone Cowboy is incorrect. There it is. Mud has a steel trap for trivia. That is correct. The Midnight Cowboy. Midnight Cowboy. Mud, you get a point. I like to that's what I like to remind people about because it is kind of important. It is kind of important. It's distinctly not a porn. All right, next question. All right. Who directed Apocalypse Now and Bram Stoker's Dracula? Who directed Apocalypse Now and Bram Stoker's Dracula? Ooh, yeah, Silvergrains. I forgot. You're a movie buff. You're a movie buff. Silvergrains got it right. Son of a bitch, Tommy. Fucker. Okay. I'm going to reword this differently. Okay. We're moving into pervert trivia. We're moving into pervert trivia, everybody. Silvergrains is fantastic with movies. What is the name of the kink that Sylvester Stallone was rumored to be into? And I apologize if there's multiple terms for it. I'm only accepting the one I know. What is the name of the kink that Sylvester Stallone was supposedly into? I also just want to see the names you all come up with. Cockrophilia, nope. Cockstuffing, nope. Stroking the shaft, nope. Mud already gave a hint. Cleveland Steamer, nope. Cupping the balls, nope. Then write it, Mud. Oh, you don't have the name? I've said the name on stream before. Copophilia? Nope. And aren't you glad you know it, Mud? It is very specific. You'll laugh when you find out. Well, he was in a softcore porno or full. I've never seen it, but it was called The Italian Stallion. Cleveland Steamer, nope. Blumkin, nope. Good guesses. The hamster thing, no. That was a rumor about Richard Gere. No, you're thinking of the rumor about Richard Gere. We're talking about Sly. Paint liquor? Nope. Rich. Foot stuff? Nope. I need the name, Stoic Booty. Donkey Punch? Nope. Yeah, this one is pretty specific, Mal. Remember, I'll ask the same question in different ways, everybody. No, there's fecal play. That's your hint. It does involve poop. But I need the specific name. All right, Mud, wait, what is it? What is it, Mud? I'll give it, Mud, you can take it. You can take it. Glass bottom boat. Glass bottom boat, everybody. Glass bottom boat. Is that the actual name of that, Drez? Oh, gotcha. I was looking, though, for this specific name. Yeah, the Sly will sit underneath a glass table while somebody from above does something. Oh, God. Good job, Mud. Oh, wait! Of course you should be proud of it. The oiliest of points. That is, you know what? Mud? Hold on. All right. From this point forward, we're having an upgraded point system. There's going to be oily points and the oiliest of points. Mud, you currently have an oiliest of points. Mud, you currently have one oiliest of points. We have not figured out how much they transfer over, but those are discretionary points. It makes sense. I like adding additional layers of meaningless complexity to all of this. As they should. As they should, Jan. You're all watching this. You're all watching this, you sick people. You're all sick. Oh, God. All right, next question. How do we come back from that? 2 legs on a table. Oh, yeah, here's a good one. What singer had their lip sync track skip while they were performing live on Saturday Night Live? Idea. John Singer Sargent, nope. Oh, wow. All right, Stitching Geek gets... No, wait, Silvergrains. Silvergrains gets it right away. Yep, Ashley Simpson. Kind of ruined her music career. Hot damn. Ashley Simpson. Idea. You missed a great pervert question situation we were in. You would have loved it. And Mud earned the first given oiliest of points. Yeah, well, this one was, they were trying to fake him out. All right, next question. With... Oh, of course. Of course. It was just... I think it's less common on Saturday Night Live, and I think it was just like they didn't handle it well. I actually don't think a ton of people lip sync on SNL. All right, next question. All right. Yeah, that's the thing. I think she handled it really poorly. All right. There are 3 answers to this question. There are 3 answers to this question. Only answer one of them. And don't answer any more. Only answer one of them, okay? Promise me. Only answer one of them. All right? Because I don't want one person who knows all 3 to get all 3 points to this, okay? Just one. Only answer one of these, okay? One more time. Only answer one of these. All right? Only answer one. Okay. What were the 3 most common lake red colors used during the Renaissance? What were the 3 most common lake red colors used during the Renaissance? Kermes is correct. Maddie gets a point. Titanium white is incorrect. Carmine. This is just historic one. I don't count Carmine because it counts for multiple of these, Drez. From what I've read. And I looked this up. Horchata white. Nope. I'm not... Jan, I'm... Alright, there it is. I'm going to give... Jan, you get a point, and Hypercube gets a point for Rose and Rose Matter. I'm accepting both of those. And Cochineal from Shasta. Yeah. I know what you meant, Jan. So, Jan, you get a point. Hypercube, you get a point. Shasta gets a point. The answers were Cochineal, Rose Matter, and Kermes. Kermes. Cadmium wasn't invented until the late 1800s, Stoic Booty. True. All right, so Hypercube, you're at 2 now. Jan needs a point, Maddie needs a point, and Shasta, can you take care of those points? Shasta, you, Maddie, and Jan get a point. Next question. Drez, by the way, Drez, are you, I'm curious what you know about that, because I looked this up because Carmine was a common answer, and apparently Carmine referred to just a generic lake reds, where any of those reds could be considered a Carmine red, and that was like a generic term for them. Hence why I didn't accept Carmine. But if you have additional knowledge that would change that. Well, that was because of a pigment, Stoic Booty. That was because of a pigment. Next question. Yeah, I do agree with that, Drez. I looked it up specifically for the Renaissance, and I believe there was a museum lecture I watched on it too. But I believe it wasn't Wikipedia, but it was another like pigment. Yeah. So that's why I don't accept Carmine though for that. All right. Thank you, Shasta. All right. If any of the regulars know this, please refrain for a little bit of time. If you know this immediately, please refrain for like 30 seconds. Unless you haven't heard this question before. But if you've heard this question and know the answer immediately, I would appreciate a little bit of a chance for the newbies on this one. Okay? All right, good. I've heard good things about Warframe.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Shut up, Jan! All right, the question is... So I got some bad news, everybody. Unfortunately, I pissed off the Russian government, and I'm getting sent to a gulag in Siberia. All right? It's happening next week. I'll be gone for the rest of my life. But what pigment should I make while I'm in Siberia? What pigment should I make while I'm in Siberia that I normally couldn't? It is I love this question. I love saying I'm being taken by the Russian government to a gulag. Specifically. Prussian blue? Nope. Not that. Rasputin penis pink? Nope. Gulag green? Nope. I'd like to hear the second one, Drez. I'd love to hear the second one. But wait till you hear my answer, and I'd like to hear what you're saying. I'll give you a point for it too, Drez. Siberian red? Nope. Pinko Pink Lake? Nope. Communist red? Nope. White Russian? Nope. Not Kahlua brown either. Phthalo blue? Nope. Mud, I'm just you know, you already know this because you're in the mod chat, but I am getting sent to a gulag in Siberia. So what pigment should I make? I told them to give everybody a little time. Piss baby yellow. Ivory black is correct, Jan. Ivory black is correct. Ivory black. Now, the reason why, everybody, ivory black got its name because it was made from carburized, or whatever, burnt ivory from elephants, okay? Apparently in Siberia, there is a large amount of mammoth tusks lying around. Carbonized, there we go. Burnt ass ivory, yep. And there's a ton of mammoth tusks lying around to the point that Rublev inquired the Russian government to see if they could purchase a large amount of those to make real, you know, or as close to ivory, true ivory black, and sell it. What about white Siberian? Yep. So the second one is blue Vertier because it could only be... Oh, interesting. All right, yeah, pigments, you get a point for that. Could you can you shoot me a Discord message about that and just to remind me to look that up? Well, they currently do. So Stitching Geek, they currently use pig and cow bones and chicken bones for current ivory black. And so the industry term for the pigment is not ivory black, it's bone black. It's bone black. We know, Jan. God, my fucking shoulder. Son of a bitch. I mean, they can be used for food, too. I mean, the bones have a lot of... Next question. What bone do you gotta pick with me, Mal? No, that was just... I was adjusting myself in the chair, and I kind of, like, lifted myself up, and I just fucking... Peeing a pain in my shoulder. All right. Next question. Ooh, God.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Interesting, Drez. I will not, Stoic. Try and stop me. You can try and stop me, but it won't happen. All right. We'll do one more question. All right. Okay. Last question. Oh, please do. Yeah. No, please do, Drez. What was the name of the most famous pigment dealer pre-Renaissance? Paint Bucket Pete? No. Harry Mudd? No. Blick? Nope. You know, I'm also going to make this worth 5 points. I'm going to make this worth 5 points. I am timeless. Thank you. All right. Well, Shasta remembered it. All right, Shasta, you get 5 points. Good timing. Good timing. Pliny the Elder. Pliny the Elder. Pliny the Elder. Handed out points like hand jobs. Good job. And this concludes this round of trivia. Oh, I know. Am I right? Yeah. Goddamn, Shasta, you need to start redeeming stuff because I am in the Oily Point national debt. The Oily Point national debt.
Fart in your general direction.
Okay. Is shockingly high. And now that we started a new currency, the oiliest of points. The oiliest of points. I'm in trouble. Alright? I'm gonna have to start selling oily bonds. You really are. So to pay back the interest, I'm gonna have to start selling oily bonds.
Tonight, you.
Jesus Christ, man. I'm gonna have to start selling oily bonds. Yeah, just charging you oily points for every hour you watch. Rose! I create this really ridiculously complicated financial system based around oily points. Don't put it past me. Yeah, maybe I mean, well, I gotta figure out a way. I mean, you know, because I'm just in crazy oily debt right now. Because people are just hoarding it. They're not redeeming it. And, you know, if I get audited, I'm fucked. If I get audited, I'm fucked. All right? I'm up shit creek without a paddle. Called, you better not. God damn it. You better not. Rare and rare glove colors. We could do that. That could be fun. That would take me learning some new stuff, though. Which I just hate. Which I just despise. That's too dark, huh? Name a horrible... Did you see I had two Gonzalvos, right? Two Gonzalvos from the same woman. I have two illegitimate Gonzalvo Nelsons. All right. We actually need... All right, so what should be the rewards? What should be the rewards for the oiliest of oily points? What could they redeem oiliest of oily points? Should we just make them be, like, tradable? Should we just make them tradable? Or more points? God damn you, Maddie. God damn you. Bud, what is your opinion? As the only owner of the oiliest points. You think it's just a conversion rate? That's too much money. So... that's like $3,000. Nickelodeon. The slime thing? Isn't that called gacking? The slime kink? Winner gets oiled. Oh, maybe black spots? Those black spots are too terrible, though. How could you dispel the curse of knowledge? Double Dare. Double Dare did. Mark Summers. Because I don't know how often I'm going to hand out the oiliest of points. I don't know how often I'm going to hand out the oiliest of points, so they need to be worth it. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, so I created a new currency. The oiliest of points. Mud currently has one of these. What should the oiliest of points get you? What should the oiliest of points get you? Well, she's the one who got the pervert question right. Okay. That Mud, would you be satisfied with that? Oh my god! Should get you an STI. What the fuck? What? A Zima? You can't get Zima. If I could get my hands on Zimas, I would already have a home full of Zima. Yeah, but it'd be a guilt-free one, apparently. I'm gonna have to look up more perverted stuff like that, right? Because that was fun. I don't think people would like that, Stoic Booty. Would... Alright, would anything like paint choice... Like... So would... I don't know if I want to give out... Because there's a chance I might give them out too freely. Like, I was going to say a reference suggestion. Is skip? Well, then I'd probably have to hand them out more. A reference suggestion? But think about how it kind of makes saving up for it a lot worse, right? Like, so, like, doesn't it make saving it up for channel points a lot worse? If I just hand them out like a hand job? I don't know how rare are they gonna be. Maybe Mud. Well, I'm saying is there's a chance I hand them out like hand jobs, okay? There's a chance. Yeah, that's... Jesus! I didn't need to have... I didn't bring up this conversation to get called out like this. I accept your apology. Truly cursed reference? But see, then people might do... What I'm afraid about that, Mel, is that, you know, people will want, like, AI-generated shit or doing stuff that's not TO. Like, point being is, I feel like I'm already kind of hard enough to get, like, good references, like, to, like, do references I'm comfortable with. Because, like, also people might ask for imaginative work, and I just... You know, that's a toughie. But that puts me in a tough spot, Dia, right? So, like, you know, with portraits like these, it's fine because I don't expect these to sell, and I do them on a cheap, you know, I'll do them on a cheap canvas. But, like, I also have to keep in mind that I'm, like, trying to sell paintings. And usually the paintings that people want won't sell. I mean, it's not like I sell a lot of paintings to begin with, but I mean, like, point being, you know what? What about this? Joe Walsh. You know what we could do? You know how I painted the black spot before, right? I painted a black spot before. A painting of Greenbag. Oh, God, that would be... It could be for another painting of the black spot that I give you if you pay for shipping. I don't want to paint Greenbag that much. Yeah, but that's like a full stream of work for something like, you know, I can't sell, right? See, with this, I could use leftover paint at the end of... I don't have to dedicate a stream to this. What did Dia delete? So I could do a black spot painting, probably on a smaller canvas. So it's very little cost to me. And then if you want it, you could have it. Thank you, Dia. Thank you. Oh wait, Elon Musk. Oh, I am seeing that. Oh, I'm never painting Elon Musk. I'm never painting that fucker. I don't want to paint Nazis. Don't want to paint a Nazi. Good. So, how are we feeling about the black spot thing? So you could redeem it to make me do a new and unique black spot that if you want to pay like the, you know, $3 or $4 shipping, you could have it. Yeah, well, so Salt, if I'm speaking serious, I don't want to get into the business of like, of that, right? Where it's like, I can only, painting a painting for a super niche group of people who paint a burning Tesla, that's not a bad idea. But like, and then like, I could only make money off of it by like my friends buying it, right? Because then it puts weird ethical things about what do I charge for it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's, ethically, I kind of have issues with that, if I'm being honest, right? I don't like, you know, frankly, if I'm going to make a living out of painting, I can't rely on friends and family, right? So like, if like, true, that would be a good reason. You're right, King. So like, I think this could be fun because then people will get something very unique. And like I said, shipping would be like $5, or if you're ever like, if for the people who like come and visit, like they could just take them then. Because like everybody's coming visiting, I'm giving a bunch of painting. I'm gonna give a bunch of stuff away. But, and this is something that would cost me very little to do as well, time-wise and money-wise. Yeah, right? And like people could have unique ones. I like that idea actually. All right, that's the idea. That's the idea. The oiliest of oily points can be redeemed for your own personal black spot. That is yours and yours alone. And they could be traded like playing cards. And they might have different curses associated. They might have different curses associated with them. This one is the curse of Paint Mania. All right, so Mud. You could redeem your oiliest of oily points for that. Or you could choose to hold on to it. I will say that they're tradable too. Okay? So oiliest of oily points are tradable for oily points. You get to decide the ratios. For whatever you're comfortable giving them up for. There we go. There we go. I kind of like that too, Stoic. Exactly. See? All right. See, now we got the workings of a real fucked up economy here. It's what I've always wanted, everybody. A weird fucked up economy. So point being is I might have to hand out. I might have to get some into the market. Well, see, now you can auction yours off, Mud, if you wanted to. Get you closer to my soul. That's true, Dia. See, Mud, you could take offers for your oiliest of oily points. Well, I did make a sticker of this one, Mud. So we do have a sticker of the black spot. Oh, okay. Well, I think there's a smaller one too, Mud. I think I choose the smaller ones. I think they're there too. There's multiple sizes. It would. Available on in the Fourth Wall shop. As well as badly made paints, everybody. Badly made paints. Thank you. Money, Dia? To get it, the machine, from what I've learned recently, the machine costs $4,000. And I don't know with the sale of my place if I'll have enough money for that. With the price that I... But there is a chance it can cost less, but I think that would be less doable. I think that would be less doable, I think, because of the size and some of the, like... I have concerns bringing that into my place. We could. I just like to avoid putting donation goals on my... Because I also need other stuff, but that one might be worth it. Because I also need a computer part too. I know. I do really appreciate that. It's and I really would like to start making oil paint that I could sell. There's also other investment involved, but I think I could take care of that with what I have. It is true. Well, I mean, like, if I really did it that way, I could do a Kickstarter, but I don't know how... I don't know the details of Kickstarters if it fails, because I don't think I'd hit a Kickstarter. I don't think I would... I don't think, you know, I would get a Kickstarter for, like, $4 grand. I can't, like, lift my hand above my head. Lets you get partial. Do they take a cut of it, Stitching Geek? How do they make their money? Okay. I know, that's a thing. Alone's too, I can't. I don't, alone I'd be scared of doing. Because I don't, you know, I don't know what people will buy. You know what I mean, Jan? Like, it's not like I have a big social media following where it's like, I could guarantee, like, not even initial sales, reoccurring sales. Like, could I guarantee, like, would people buy my paint and then keep on buying it? I don't know. So alone in that case scares me, where it's like, if I could just buy it outright, I know that I'll be using it for my own paint, right? Yeah. I mean, that's probably the thing to do. I could do it on Ko-Fi, too. I could do it on Ko-Fi. That's what GoFundMe takes? Be a gigolo? I mean, yeah, I could go back to working the streets if it comes down to it. I mean, I usually get my clients at the DMV. Hand jobs. Yeah. No, and I think there'd be a lot of people who would be interested in that, Stoic. The question is, like, you know, putting $4,000 into that, and not to mention I'd have to, like, get a printer for labels. I'd have to, like, there's a lot of other ancillary work and investment. So let's say there's another, like, I have to buy pigment, right? So, like, I would have to probably put in $2 to $3 grand into pigment. I would need, like, a printer. I would need some type of, like figuring out the labels. I wouldn't need, like, fancy boxes initially, of course, or anything like that. But there's some other ancillary costs, right? Pigment is also, and oil are, you know, a significant cost to that. Get your bad handies here. The Badly Handjob Company. Yeah. I mean, I think that's, like, a fine option, too. Get handled badly. I mean, I'll probably do something, everybody. I have to look up what machine I actually want to get and get a quote for it. Mr. Pigment's had some information on it, and from his understanding, the small one that I could use would be $4 grand. And I don't know if there's a used market for it too. But on eBay, there are larger machines available for, like, $2 grand when I was originally looking at it. But the problem is some of those might need, like, cooling or compressed air, which I can't do. Go steal one. So, like, I can't hook up, for example, like, a cooling line. Right? I can't have a compressed air line in my condo. There is? Okay. Would you trust the used market on those? Oh, yeah. Even if I put it in, like, my garage, it wouldn't. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, yeah, I agree with that, Stoic. I just need, like, you know, that's not a huge thing. Like, I can get the, like, the packaging and stuff for probably $500 in the printer for, like, $500. But, like, the materials to make paint is not cheap, right? My initial investment would probably have to be in the range of $2,000 to $3,000 worth of pigment. Well, I'm talking about the printers that would print, like, a logo and stuff, Stoic Booty. There are, Jan, but they wouldn't have the power for what I would need. That's not to mention is, like, I'd also need I couldn't get a 240 volt one either, too. Undecided as of now, Jan. 2,500? Yeah. Where are you seeing the refurbished ones, by the way, Drez? eBay? Is it like Fanuc ones, like FANUC or something like that? King, like, I agree with you to a certain point, but you know, I still want to get a machine even if I'm not selling paint for my own use. But like, I think that's something I needed. Like, making it by hand it's a lot of work, even for something like that. Cool. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. Yeah. Well, so I'm still gonna initially, Mud, I'm gonna have to tube them by hand. But there is automation for it, but that would be later if I had like demand. I'd probably use syringes initially, Mud, so I can measure a minimum amount, right? And have a more reliable measurement, and use those plastic syringes for like the 10 to 20 at a time, right? So, those small machines, I think I could make like 10 small tubes at a time. And if I were to do that by hand, that would be like 2 days of work. Not 2 days, but probably, that would probably be somewhere in the range of 10 hours of work. If I were to do that by hand. Maybe a little less. Let's say 8. 8 hours a time. It depends on the pigment too. It really depends on the pigment, actually. Certain pigments, that would be 10 plus hours. Yeah, no, I mean, that's part of it too. There's a lot of initial work in figuring out how much oil, because that's what I'm going to put on the label. One of the things, like, my shtick is going to be, is you're going to know exactly what's in the paints and how much. So, like, I'm going to put on the label, my plan is to put on the label itself how much pigment and oil is going to be in there. The amounts, and maybe even the costs. Oh yeah, and that's what I would do, Cube. I would work out what, like, because, you know, initially there's going to be some pigments. So for example, if I sell the bismuth pigments, y'all, they clump up in the tubes. Now that's with hand molding, right? Will that continue with a 3 mil roller? Right? And then if they continue to do that, well, maybe I do have to add something to those. Like add aluminum stearate or something. But whatever I do end up adding, I'm going to list it. Yeah. Now, there's some that I know will be fine. It is. It isn't. It's much more difficult than watercolors. It's much more difficult than watercolors. I mean, because that's not even accounting for safety standards for myself, too. Like, I'll get a nice respirator and stuff like that, but I would also need to, like, clean, like, more actively and do things like that. Because you don't want that dust buildup is dangerous. Well, I won't have... I'm just going to use the same pigment every single time. Thank you, Guard. I'm probably going to have to do that. Create like a semi-clean room eventually. Yes, but those are ones that like actively the size of the pigment gets smaller. So for example, real ultramarine had a problem of the smaller the particles got, the paler. So like there's pigments called like pale lazurite, and those were like smaller particle sizes. And they become a less saturated. Malachite was like that too. Who did it? Stoic? Come on!
Brother, this guy stinks!
Oh, God. That would be... I have a garage mud that I could, you know, leave my car out of to do that. So, like, I have a garage if I got, like, an actual clean room environment. But then the problem is, like, during winter... I didn't put my car in my garage during this. I mean, when I grow up, I'm just used to it. Growing up, we never put our cars in garages. I don't know. I know how to deal with it. Okay. I will remember that. So you're saying is I shouldn't be honeypotting all these women I've been marrying for money. That's what you're saying? I mean, yeah, I could do that. Well, no, like, so my garage is in a detached building, so I have to walk outside to get to my garage, and I like the thing that we're talking about. I'd have to carry up literally 60 stairs. 60 stairs to move them in and out. So wherever it's gonna be, it's gonna stay there. Wherever it's gonna be is gonna stay there. Why do I know this? Because I do it every day and I have to count. I've counted them. I'm really good at doing stairs now. Well, yeah, but we're talking about something that would, like, I would move multiple times, like, you know, like the summer and winter and stuff like that. And, well, I couldn't roll it off into the parking lot. No, neither, Jan. Neither. You're fucked. No, I'm not. I just... Like, if I'm doing a clean room environment, I could do it in the garage. I could bring the temperature sensitive stuff up and down. So that'd be pigment and oil. So I just have to bring the packaging there, pigment and oil whenever I do it. Okay, fair enough, Jan. Technically, yes. I just need to I would need to get rid of stuff I own, because the garage is also my storage area. Kind of, yes, but not the same way. Mud. So like, there's an area. So the car is very tight, so nothing would fit in with the car in it. But then there's a ledge on top, but that's where my storage stuff is. So I could move that shit around or get rid of some stuff, but it's stuff that I kept during a move. So it's like, okay, so then it would be like, I'd have to move that to a storage unit so I could make paint there, because I couldn't make paint from like a rented storage unit. Yep. Oh, one day you just count them, King, right? So the stairs up, so my building doesn't have an elevator, and they're tall floors. So the stairs up to my unit are 31, and then in my unit has 2 floors, and the stairs within my unit are 28. You're not allowed to run a business or, like, you know, like there are laws against it, Mud. You can't, like, sleep or stay in a storage unit that's classified as a storage unit, and you cannot run a business out of it. You could literally only use it for storage. Yeah. Funny enough, when I was looking at places, Mud, I was there was like this really awesome looking huge storage unit that you like they custom make for you, and it wasn't that expensive. It was just like in rural Wisconsin, and it was like $200,000, but it was like 25,000 or 20,000 square feet, 2 floors, like a lofted 2 floors. It looked awesome. But they had a warning in the listing. They were selling it on Redfin. They had a warning is, you cannot live in here. You legally cannot live in here. What's that, Drez? It could be state to state difference. But if, like, are they doing... If they're running a shipping business where they're just storing that stuff, and maybe even packaging, but you can't, like... You can't do, like... At least in Illinois, you can't do, like, labor in them. The makeup ones are not that heavy. But you're talking about the larger 3mm rollers? Let's talk about this, because the one I saw would fit on a table, and it would not be 300 to 400 pounds. Like the makeup ones that I've seen are at most 50. But the larger ones, yeah. Well, I mean, how much is the one that you have? How much is the one that you have weigh? Because I'm talking about the small ones that you said that could do like 10 tubes of paint. Really? There's no reason those things should weigh. I feel like I could make one myself. They're not difficult machines. They really aren't. Yeah. No, they're not. Like, I'm confident I could program one. Well, Maddie, because it would be more expensive. So the 3mm rollers require these rollers that are actually would be very expensive to make on my own, because I would have to hire a CNC company that has a CNC lathe or like another machinist to make something that are fairly tight tolerance and a big slab of material. So most likely is for what companies could make them for, I would probably have to pay double to triple that amount to get them made for myself. A 3D printer would not work, obviously. They need to be metal or ceramic. But if I had the pieces, now the thing is, I could maybe buy replacement parts. Hold on. But no, but I'd still need to get like the other parts. I'd still need to be able to buy and make. So then I'd be buying the whole thing piece by piece and assembling it myself, and I probably wouldn't save any money. No, it's not a stupid question. That probably could be an option. But once again, I would consider a manual one if somebody else sold a manual one. But boy, that could probably lead to some serious injuries over time. Just search 3mm roller. 3mm paint roller. Search that. And you'll see what I mean. Or if you look up oil paint making in YouTube, you could see one of those machines being used. Here. 1 second. So like here's an eBay listing for one that, not a great view of it. Here. That seems small, and it's listed for $900. Hard for you to see that, isn't it? 3-roll grinding mill, if you search that on eBay. $901. But I don't know what the voltage is on it. There's tons of these versions, but it comes from China. But it doesn't have much other information because I don't know what type of voltage it needs. It doesn't tell you the size. Machine weight 65 kilograms. 65 kilograms, which is 130 plus 12. So it's 140 to 150 pounds. What type of voltage does it need? They don't even say the voltage. But I don't know the size. I don't have dimensions on this thing, right? I could get 130 pounds. I can get 150 pounds up my stairs. I could do that. It wouldn't be that difficult. But I don't know what electricity this thing needs. I don't know if this needs coolant. I don't know if this needs compressed air. Right? All those things are kind of deal breakers for me. Now it doesn't call out any like connections. But this one is one I've looked at in the past. Right? I could do this one. But like I said, 145 pounds. I could get that up. Yeah, so makeup and stuff. They use these to make makeup and everything as well, Mud, and lotions, because they're made in a similar way. So a lot of these machines' demand is not for paint; it's actually for the like. I was literally thinking about it though. Is I can make badly made makeup too. Everybody. I mean, I bet. But Drez, did you see that listing? By the way, did you see that listing I'm talking about? Fucking shoulder. Jesus. Tap dancing Christ. Here, I'll send you the link. Let's see. Because this one is listed for... Well, it's actually $1,800 because the shipping is $908. Or $905. So this one is actually $1,800. Because the shipping is as expensive as the machine. Here, everybody, I'm going to post it in general. I'm going to post it in general discussion. Drez, if you go to my Discord in general discussion, I'm going to post it there. That's the one I was looking at. I don't see the electricity it uses because the also once again problem is if this is 240 volt, I can't use it unless I pay additional amount for an electrician to put a 240 volt line in my place, but I don't know if that is actually allowed. Know what I'm saying? Because sometimes buildings with old, like, I don't know when the electricity was last done. If they're older, thinner wires, that demand could be problematic. Because the thing is, I could move that up by myself up the stairs with a two-wheel dolly. Anyone look at that? Anyone look at the general discussion link? Did you? Okay. Did it happen to list the electrical on it, Mud? Yeah, these are the other ones I saw. I think these were the ones that had the cooling on it. There was blues and greens. So this one is $300 or $400 more expensive. Does it list weight? So the rollers are stainless steel, which is great. 65 millimeter diameter by 125 millimeters. That's a pretty good size. $60 kilograms. It does a little bit. Yeah, 60. Yeah, 60. It says 60, but 61, whatever. 60. Let's just say 60. So that's 132 pounds. Yeah. 132 pounds. So it's lighter than the other one. Is there electric? It's brand new. Is the seller good? The seller is good. I could make an offer though. I might be able to get this for $1,200. Yeah, a kilogram is generally 2.2 pounds. So yeah, basically 135. Yeah, you know, with shipping, but I'm saying is this eBay listing, Mud, is best offer. So it's listed for $1,436. I could probably offer $1,200 and get it. Probably. I could probably get money off of it, right? So I could actually probably get it closer for $2K overall. Well, I don't know how tax would affect this. If tax affects it, then you add another $120, $130. If sales tax is applied. Well, it depends on where it's being sold from as well. Yeah, the size is good. So 120. So it's 12 and a half centimeters long and 6.5 centimeters in diameter. So half meter by half meter. So a half meter is about like a foot and a half. A little bit more than a foot and a half. Well, so here I could do the conversion. 44. So that's 44 centimeters divided by 2.5. Like 18. It's around 18 inches. Around 18 inches. So 18 inches by, it's basically 18 by 17 and a half, like, by 17 by 16. So that thing's not big. That thing's not that big, but it's heavy. It's a heavy son of a bitch. For that size, that's heavy. But once again, I could get that up with a two-wheel dolly. Yeah, no, I know. But it's easier to move around than a fridge. I mean, a fridge is what, probably like 100 pounds, but it's way bigger and... And I just need to find out the electric. Just need to figure out the electric. But also, everybody, there is also another benefit to this all. Is I could do paint making streams with the machine. Can you post it in the Discord, Maddie? No, yeah, it doesn't. So kilowatts is a measure of power, Mud. It's not a measure of voltage, right? So you could, because the power required is directly related to the current and voltage, right? So you could produce 75 kilowatts with 120 volts with a higher amperage draw than with 240 volts and a smaller amperage draw. So European outlets, for example, are 240 volt, right? And they require less current, where American outlets are 120 generally. And, you know, but you have the 240 volt outlets for your like dryer and I think sometimes fridges. I'm not sure about fridges. But definitely for your dryer and ovens. Electric ovens too are 240. Yeah. It is another annoying thing that America changed that we went off. Well, that we didn't. Sorry, not changed, but we didn't go with what like, or it's. I don't know in the case of electricity because you know the United States was already around. Who deviated from the other? But it's a really fucking annoying thing to have to deal with in manufacturing when there's two like electrical standards essentially. It's really super annoying. Actually, I think this is more the Europeans' fault. $220. That the model, yeah. So I would like to avoid that because I don't want to have to pay the additional $500, $600 to get a 240 line into my place. It's probably more expensive than that. AliExpress is probably fairly accurate with that. Oh, wait, I could still have kids as a ghost? Wait, then why wouldn't I age up? You mean I could be a ghost painter? Yes, that is mud. Do you want an engineering lesson, Mud? Mud, do you want an engineering lesson? I can explain why that is or isn't relevant. All right. The reason why chilled on a when applying to a surface that is doing some type of action is when metal is hot, when you form it hot versus when you form it cold. So if you force metal and it's cold and you deform it, metal, specifically iron, has grains. There's like grain formations that are bonded together. When you deform them, you stretch them out and you bend them and they become more brittle and hard. And a harder surface is better for this because it won't be deformed by something that is less hard. When they're like hot formed or they don't have that like specificity.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god! They could be a less hard surface that could wear faster in that context. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Oh my god. Get in here. Kiko loves. Grabbler. ATX art. Oh my god, a raid. And I better see some links. If I don't see... Maddie, what's going to happen if I don't see links? If I don't see links. Yes, that is similar to annealing. Annealing is the process of resetting the hardness. So you can basically you heat something up and you let it cool down naturally. You don't like cool it down rapidly, so you keep the grain structure in a specific way. Oh, yeah, I already did that, Drez. Oh my god. At Tiegs. At Tiegs? Yeah. At eggs. At eggs art. Tiegs art. Okay, alright. Forgive me, I'm from Chicago-ish. Welcome in. What were you working on? Give us your links. Give us those links. I will ask again. What were you working on? Thank you for the raid. Fan-freaking-tastic. Let's take a look. Oh, very cool. Get some real cool realism stuff. Imaginative realism. Great work. Wonderful work. Well, everyone go follow Teague's art, at Teague's art, now or else. Because I've been following him for, God, it's probably going on 30 years now. You're welcome. Everyone go follow at Teague's. Great follow. Like I said, I've been following for a long, long time. So should you. We're painting John Goodman by request. If you have any questions, let me know. I paint with oils, blah, blah, blah. It's all bad. It's all bad. Really taking my sweet ass time with this one too. I've been talking a lot today. You too. Thank you for the raid. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Have a wonderful gym. I have been a chatty Cathy today. I've been giving a lot of technical lessons. Why am I talking so much about technical stuff? I was cleaning up and I did find one of my old college notebooks. Oh shit. Mud, would you mind sending me that one? It's on sale! You should. I could just straight up buy it next week when I get my closing money, if that's the case. Thank you. It's on sale, Nicholas. Well, what I was gonna say is I found one of my old college notebooks that I was making, and I was just kind of I looked through it a little bit and just kind of reminiscing on the stuff I forgot. The class was Dynamics of Mechanical Systems. In college, more known as Dynamics. Gotcha. I don't know why I still had this notebook. I don't know why I didn't throw it away either yesterday, but I didn't. I felt odd nostalgia for it. Some odd nostalgia. I'm not a fucker. Thank you for all your help, by the way. I do appreciate the earnest interest and your help. It still helps. I didn't force you. I mean, it would go. I would look at the reputation of the. I'm going to look at the reputation of the company. Like, that's going to be my next step, right? Is I'm going to look at the reputation of the company, look for see if there's any real reviews for it. I also might call up some other, like, some engineers I know to see if they have any information on anything like adjacent. Interesting. That was actually something I actually had to make a vibrating sifter in a plant I worked at. I had to design one. Coincidentally. We just hooked up a pneumatic piston to a sifter because we needed cornstarch on the line for those laundry detergent pods to avoid sticking. Cornstarch is used in a lot of stuff because it has some wonderful properties, specifically non-stick and absorbing moisture. Very useful in a lot of stuff. So if your laundry detergent pods are covered in a white powder, it is most likely cornstarch. The oobleck? What's oobleck? Really? That does not make any sense to me. Thank you, Sasha. Ooh! Well, cornstarch is also used as a thickening agent because of its water absorption, like how much water it can absorb. So like you know, have you ever had Chinese food, and their sauce is like kind of like a gel, or it's very like sticky? That's because they mix in cornstarch and water while they're cooking. Some potato starch works too. Potato starch works in a very similar way. My right needs to come down slightly. Yeah, I see that. Pasta water, yeah. Starches in general, but potato and corn are kind of like the... It might be just because they're the most abundant, but they're like the most commonly used. Let's bring... I also think this needs to come out a little bit more. How's that, Sashi? How's that, Umabashi? Jesus! Yeah, Garg has. Well, thank you. Yeah, yeah, because if they're in the United States, I could just call them up. Watch them be like hard French Creole mud, where you can't even understand them. Exactly, Water Pop. It's tough to say because those things literally scale up, Mud, like linearly. So they have ones that the rollers are probably 2 to 3 times that size in diameter and length, you know? So... And then sometimes companies are like lazy where they'll use the same, because they are like that, they'll use the same picture regardless of size. It can. For how much paint it can hold, it absolutely does. Yeah. But you would expect that at that price, it would be a cheaper one. What size are the rollers, Mud? Okay, then it's probably... It would be safe to assume that it's like, the machine should be a similar size. Because they're most likely using the same... So one thing that could be a point of issue, though, is the size of the motor. Because if a company's using an undersized motor, the reliability could be less. I don't know if I want to go with... Yeah. The pressure will be dictated by the material that it is being, like, pressed down, essentially. Well, sorry. By the size of the pigment and how the distance apart that you have the rollers. That's what's going to dictate the pressure. Is Mud gonna get 2 oiliest of oily points today? Oh, God. Mud, yeah. Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you. Well, Mud, maybe we'll turn this, you'll get an RPG. It's like an RPG where it's like, you'll get a permanent buff to your oily point making abilities. There honestly, Mud, there's not much else that you can know, right? What really, I have to trust that the research I do on the company will be, adequate. And, as long as it has, like, the base characteristics I need. Because, well, no joke, I've had to do this a lot in my job, where you have to go off of, limited information on the quality of the service that you get, and sometimes you get burned. Ooh. Careful, Zach. That's good. Me, Nordic? I used to, not currently. But I used to be an engineer. Son of a bitch! Paperclip. Hi, paper. I'm not a taint. Not a taint. Mechanical Nordic. I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I've worked for a medical device company, a laundry detergent company, an aerospace CNC company, and a like manufacturing supplies company. I have done work for Boeing. No, not a plane mechanic. I worked for a company that did contract manufacturing for aerospace and Department of Defense aerospace. So I helped on a project with one Boeing part, but I did a lot of work for Northrop Grumman specifically. Was my main like company I did work for. So basically a company, they would come to us and they'd say, make this part for us, and I'd figure out how to make that part. It wasn't like I learned a ton there. The big issue is I didn't know how much we were a part of the industrial military complex. Like, so I was unaware when I was interviewing for the job that we were, like, I was actually directly working for military aircrafts. They really were. They asked us, like, they phrased it in a way that was like, would you be comfortable working on stuff? Like, I think they even used the word adjacent, military adjacent. But my first project, that was literally all they said in the interview. But the first project, my first project I was working on there was for the new order of B-2 bombers. We were working on parts that went into assembly on the wings. Oh, really? I don't, I hate how overblown the military budget is, and if it were up to me, it would be a lot smaller. But that was something that was out of my control. I didn't know that, Dress. Yeah. Yeah, no. You'd be surprised how non-complicated some of these things can be, or the choices made are for things as complicated as for our military. I'll just say that the tolerances for the B-2 bombers were some of the loosest I've seen for any project I worked on. Stoic booty. That terminology is different for every company. So, for example, a product engineer at one company could just be somebody who gets calls from people complaining about the product every day and documenting. Right? It's not necessarily designing it. And designing in a modern engineering sense is usually done in groups. Oh yeah, in those industries, same in this one. We did have female engineers and stuff like that, but it was still very much a boys' club. Doubt it. What's the one that basically does nothing but acts like a buffer between ownership and the ones who that do the work? I don't know. As an engineer, we generally hate management quite a bit, because the big issue with engineering is basically you run into a lot of situations where people who don't understand the technical aspects of the job are dictating specific design aspects to you that are generally impossible. So, for example, it'd be like your boss telling you, "Hey, design a car that can go, they can get 1,000 miles to the gallon," and you're like, "Oh, that's impossible," and then they'll be mad at you when you can't do it. That's an extreme example, but. And then if you do something amazing, you don't get the credit. That's true. I mean, who doesn't hate him? Exactly. Exactly, Drez. True. No, you'd be surprised how much I mean, I guess you wouldn't be surprised. But engineers get fucked with a lot because some people think that, like... You'd be surprised how, like, some companies view engineering. That I'll say. Is there an engineering union? No, generally not. For certain companies, I believe there are, but I don't think there's a lot. Yep. I mean, it's super common. It's super common. And like, you know, the fields I've worked are very male dominated, and you could definitely see also the differences on like how people are managed. I mean, specifically women, when there's not a lot of women engineers. It's very apparent in engineering. And manufacturing in general. Very apparent in manufacturing. But oddly enough, my brother was sexually harassed at his first company out of college. Yep, yeah, that's like the probably the most common one. Disrespect for your your position. Yeah, my brother his like the CEO of this company would email my brother shit and like came on to him like, you know, she was an older woman. Not a good situation. Yep. Well, he did. He didn't hide it. Like he didn't like. Like it was completely unwanted, and he. Almost 3 hours ago, Mud? Almost 3? I'll take one. Take a break. 1 second. All right, let's take a break. Have a good one, water poop. Yeah, I gotta fix that. I just was doing the background. But yeah, this line needs to like come out more this way. And yeah. I'm fixing the hair now, but I'll do it when I get back. Take a break. Take a break. Right. Was Anthony back today, by the way? I forgot to check. There he is. No? When is he back? Likely Wednesday? Okay. Alright. Alright, we're going to take a break, everybody. We'll see you after a word from our sponsors. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god, we're back. Hi, Autonet. Wait, what did I miss? Where is Wheels going in 2 weeks? Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm back. Where is Wheels going in 2 weeks? We still need to do that Phasmophobia stream. Well, I took that. I know that they're coming over in 2 weeks. Jesus Christ, Amy! Oh, okay, okay, all right. Honest mistake. Yes. Whoops. You are a top tier resident pervert, Amy. Yeah, I got you. Yabba dabba whoops. Yeah, it's gonna be really fun. I'm excited for y'all to come hang. I was thinking, what would be like a cringy thing to like where it's just like I'm so much different than like what I am on stream here, where it's like you come over and it's just like I just do a murder mystery out of nowhere without even telling you guys. Who does an unplanned impromptu murder mystery? Of course it could be fun, but like without asking people, I think without asking people, it's a little inconsiderate. I've never done one. Son of a bitch! We don't have time for a murder mystery either. I'd take the recommendation. It's not inconsiderate, Maddie. King, you son of a bitch. Yeah, let's see it. The joke would be, though, is that I'm the one that gets murdered and then I just respawn and then try and solve it with all of you. That's what it would be like. I just respawn. It was dark. I couldn't tell who it was. And then you find out it was me all along. Solve case files. Oh, cool. I think I think I've heard commercials for that before. Or there was like one. I don't think it was that name, but I've heard of ones like that before that give you like physical evidence. That could be fun. Because we could do some, like, we could also do a board game night, Amy and Maddie. We could also do some board gaming after, like, the stream and stuff. Isn't it? Yeah, I have a ton of board games. I could, King. I could. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. You guys will watch it like 4 times in a row? Nope. I am pretty happy with how that commercial though turned out. We didn't really get any sales from it though. I got 2 sales from people who watch or lurk. I was hoping to get some random sales, but that's not. I didn't have high expectations. Do these teeth need to be a little bit brighter, y'all? Also, do you know if in the paid version... I've never played it, so I don't know. Maybe just like...
Time to unfuck this.
We need to get in these big. To do something with that. Maybe something. What if you mailed this to John Goodman? I doubt I could get an address. But if he wanted this, I would give it to him. Otherwise, I'm going to give it to Garg. Or Salt. If Salt wants it, he gets first. Garg! 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 I'm just gonna keep on yelling Garg until Garg appears. I didn't know she was a big, I didn't know she was a big pervert for, Gerb! Gerg! Garg! Garg! Gerg! Her first crush. He is gorgeous. He's gorgeous and he's cute. So I get it. Oh, really? Yeah, but I'd rather let Garg have it. If Gerg wants it. Gerg! That's probably just some a-hole who gets a bunch of free shit. Garg, this is yours if you want it. Well, do you want it, or do you want it? Can it be? All right, then it's yours. All you had to say, Garg. God. Yeah, it will be dry to the touch. It will be dry to the touch, because I'm using lead. It'll be dry to the touch in a few days. So Garg, I'm just going to give it to you without varnishing it. Because it'll be fine. Unless you're against that. I mean, this is literally just like a sheet of paper. It's a sheet of canvas. It's not stretch canvas. So. So it's not even like it's like no room. Well, I mean, we could put it in between two pieces of cardboard. Like we have some ways to mitigate issues. Yeah, Garg, no kissing this. Because if you're gonna kiss this, I'm gonna have to give it to Salt. Jesus! Alright, Salt, it's back to you. Salt, back to you. This is now an official safety concern. Jesus. All right, back to Garg. Back to Garg. going to.
I said good day!
Good day. Who's leaving? Have a good night, Salt. Nini. Mud, have a great night. Nini, Mud. I don't think they look particularly good, but I'm comfortable with them. think you'll like it a lot. I actually got some more stuff I realized I gotta have to hang up the stuff that I haven't painted that I own. I got that stuff to hang up too. I gotta find places for them. And I have the stuff that I haven't varnished yet. I mean, all my walls will be covered. Putting mirrors could be really cool, but that is a lot of money that I don't have. And mirrors that I don't have. But eventually I like the idea. But I wouldn't necessarily see the art. Mirrored bedroom and bathroom. Those are already mirrored. Yeah. Garg, you're the bravest Garg I know. Like those, Garg? Okay. No, Garg, you're gonna have to stare at Amy for hours. When we all paint Amy while Amy's in the cuck chair. Too blue. Excuse you. That's cool. You're talking about traditionally, though, right? Or are you talking about digitally? Digital? Are you just worried about the amount of work, or just like not doing it to your what you consider your capabilities? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? I use a shocking little amount of yellow in this. Be too dark on that. Be too bright. Is it? Very low on arts. I don't know. I don't know if this is good looking enough for me. I would say I'm more better looking, good looking. Well, thank you, Stoic. Thank you, Amizu. This is the bad mix. It's perfect. Thank you, Gert. Almost done, everybody. It's almost time to say goodbye, everybody. Will we return? No. Will we ever return? Thank you, Zach. And now where are my cookies? In mail? Okay, they're in mail. Okay. Who just cricketed me? Stoic! Uh-uh! We need a cicada scream? I don't think you'll hear the cicadas when I'm when they, you know, come out this year from where I paint from now. But people used to be able to hear the cicadas on my stream. I wish you weren't such a liar, Mr. Pigments. Oregano. You're just upset that you misremembered. That's what it is. I think you're just upset you misremembered. And I never learned how to count. But I'm not complaining. Let's call it. Well, good. Good, I'm not alone. All right, we're done. All right, ta-da! Let's clean. Oh, hi. Sounds terrifying, TDS. It sounds terrifying.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Nope. Never. All right. All right, so we're going to end the stream with a de-wiping session. I'm not a pervert. You're a pervert. Thank you, TDS. And then we're going to have the calculus test. The second calculus test of today. You all agreed to by watching. Don't you piff me. Wait till you're over. It's going to be all calculus. It's going to be all calculus, Amy. You walk in, calculus test. Start painting, calculus test. Look. But you're soon gonna know everything about it. I am stoic. See, you're going to remember that for the rest of your life. You're going to remember that for the rest of your life. I think we all are. All right, let's. Unfortunately, that's. Wait till you bust that out at like a family gathering, and everybody just laughs and laughs and laughs. It's great at parties. Great at parties. All right, everybody. Time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. Oh God. Oh, it's so cold and it slightly burns. Oh, this is awful. I hate this. I hate this. Oh. You're all disgusting. Oh, man. This is terrible. Yep, you're going to have to watch it. Oh, my. This is the worst thing I've ever done.
Spoken.
Oh, my God, Stoic. What are you... I have to do this for safety reasons. God. All right, let's write out. Jesus. Absolutely not. Amy, do you want me to get banned? All right, let's write out. Who are we rating? have no idea what you're talking about, Court. It's just de-wiping. Just de-wiping. Alright. Cox. Cody Scheibe. Paul Maitland. Is he doing art? You should... I think I'm going to raid Paul Maitland. I think Paul Maitland. We haven't raided NECA in a while. But we're going to raid Paul Maitland. Alright, everybody. Exactly. What could happen, TDS? We don't know. Very much so. Alright, everybody. Yeah, this is what we did today. Blah, 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 blah. It's for Garg unless anybody wants to pay me a ridiculous amount of money for it. But otherwise, it's Garg's. Greenbag, I will see you in hell. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. That's one of the mottos of the channel. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Thank you for hanging out, Amy. To all the mods. Shasta, Pickles, Mud, Salt, Dia, Celestia, TDS of Good Night. Quora, welcome in. Bionic Grit. Oh, wait, no, that's on Paul Maitland's. Never mind. Sashi, Stoic Booty, King, Jan, Paperclip, Water Poop. I'm going to take a look tonight. I got to eat something first, though. But anywho, we're going to head out. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah. Till next time, next painting will probably be Wednesday. I mean, almost definitely be Wednesday.